should be live. Alright. Edit. On. Save that. Alright, that should be good. Let me share. Bed over here. We could do stream notifications. Excuse me. Alright, there we go. Alright. Welcome everyone to a video or stream. I'm going to be making Jam today, and by Jam I mean a job application manager. Why hello there, Berghoff Gaming 2006. Glad you can make it. Thank you for joining us. So recently I've been trying to apply to jobs. I want to get a job. I'm going to be graduating soon, so yeah, I'm really picking up the search, but I've noticed that actually storing my job results, like keeping track of everything, is annoying. Right now I keep everything in a table and it's annoying. So I want to make a piece of software to fix that, because I'm a computer scientist and fixing problems is what I do. So today we're going to be doing that. Now because I am going to be streaming this just because I want to have a more chill atmosphere. Last few days have been stressful. First thing I want to do is actually make an icon so that way I can change the thumbnail of the stream. So we're going to do that. So I called this Jam because, like, it's a job application manager. So I think it'd be really funny if the actual image or icon for the app is a piece of actual, like, jam, like an actual jar of jam. So we're going to go ahead and do that. So this should actually be really easy. I'm not going to go crazy with it. After all, it's going to be pretty low resolution usually. We can go ahead, GZ. Let's go ahead and put in a subdivision surface. That looks really bad. I think it's because of... I'm guessing it's because these aren't quads. But that could be, or quads are triangles. We can fix that though. Just I, then we'll go ahead, M, the merge. So this will be the main jar. Yeah, that's good enough. Shade smooth. That actually does not look very good. Alright, we're gonna go ahead, decrease that. We can go ahead and bevel this. Bevel this as well. Honestly, this could probably come down. Yo, welcome to the stream, Cyber Kirby. Glad you can make it. Thank you for joining us. Oh, I need to stop recording. I only want to be streaming this. I don't want to put this into my recording footage and then have it take up all that space. So yeah, today we're just... I know it's called Jam. I'm making a job application manager because I want job and I want to be able to store my job applications easier. So yeah, it's a job application manager. It's an acronym for Jam. But I am going to have the icon be a piece of jam. So I think the best way to do it now is we'll go ahead and have, like, I know when you have a piece of jam, it's like, you have like a picnic cloth over it, or the Smucker's design has like a picnic cloth checkerboard. Do people actually put just cloths over their jam? I don't know. I feel like it's something people do, like put a rubber band around, like put the cloth over the jam, and then like put a rubber band around the cloth to keep it in place. I don't know, maybe I'm just dumb. I don't eat a lot of jam. Let's see. Like all the things I'm seeing have a hard cap. Maybe I'm just dumb. Oh well, that's honestly just as easy to make. Also, music on right now is Hat in Time music because Hat in Time's cool, I guess. So we'll go ahead and add in a second thing. Actually, probably make more sense to, yeah, we'll keep it as one object. Scale Z. We'll go ahead, insert, merge, insert, merge. Select all these. Bring that up a little bit. Yeah, we can do this. Does this work? No. Okay, yeah. We can go ahead and hide this. What I want is to take all of these, and then we'll go ahead and insert a face, like right here, and then we'll just make all of these drop down. Simple little jar. If we go ahead and view this in material preview, yeah, we don't have any materials on it. I guess we could add bevel on this. So we go ahead, add some bevel here. We'll add some bevel here. Looks pretty good. I guess it could have been just a flat sheet. I was thinking, oh, it has to be double-sided because of Unity backface culling. No, I'm dumb. That's fine. I'll leave it like this. If I go ahead and hide this bow, let me hide this. I guess I need to hide the entire thing. Yeah, that looks good. So I'd say the next thing to do is actually make some jam. There's a few ways we could do that. We could use a particle system. Oh wait, no. I know what I was gonna do. I remember now. I was actually gonna put like Java applications inside of a jam, inside of a jar. So in order to really explain this, I need to have some materials. I need to make the materials. I was obviously gonna have materials. So we're gonna have jar, glass, and we're gonna have jar, top or lid. So we'll make the lid, just for right now, we'll make it gray. And we'll make the glass red. just so that way we can tell them apart. I did not mean to hit Control L. What the hell, or Alt L? What the hell did that do? I wanted to just hit regular L, so I can assign this as the lid. Let me go ahead and save this. I guess I should have made a spot for it. Alright, I guess that's something I should have done first. Actually made like a GitHub project for this. Whoops. Yeah, I'll make the GitHub project first. I probably should. We'll go ahead and go to GitHub. New repository. I am going to be uploading Jam to people. So if you want to use this job application manager, go ahead. When it's actually done, I'll put a link to it. Public, add a readme, git ignore template. Is there a WinForms? No. There's no C# one either. Visual Studio? Okay. I'm not going to include a license. Anyone can use it for anything. I don't care. Alright, I need to clone this. Alright. I need to go ahead and programming. New folder, Jam. Alright, show more options. Tortoise git clone. Remind me later. Here we go. That's what I like to see. Alright, cool. Now I can actually save this because I have a saving place now. Alright, let me go ahead and save this now, just so I can give it an initial save location. Programming. Where is Jam? There's Jam. I do need to go into both, I think. Yeah, because first level is just the actual folder. So I go into here. We'll call it Jam icon. Alright, cool. So now what we can do, I wanted to save it before I switch over to Cycles, because Cycles I'm going to go ahead and increase things, make it more of a complex mesh, and I wanted it to not crash. So we'll go ahead and now that it's in cycles, we can go ahead and first of all make this much lighter. We'll go ahead and make this I guess we can go into shading. There we go. We'll give it a slight normal texture. Actually, we don't want a bump texture, we want a... So first of all, we want a geometry. Then from its position, we want a noise. And then we want to put the factor into a color ramp. Now we got this sort of marbled top. We can go ahead and make these closer. Actually, I guess they can be far away. No, I'm going to put them closer together. This means that they're more crazy, but we really want is these both to be some colors of gray. We'll also put some color in there. I'll make it a little bit bluer on this one and a little bit more orange on this one. Just some nasty little rust colors. I guess we'll keep them a little bit more harmonious. I think this value needs to come down. A little bit of rust. That doesn't look great. Let's make it a little bit brighter. We'll also take the factor and put it into its metallic. And no, that doesn't look very good. Oh, I'm in material preview. Turn up the roughness. Let's just take that away, actually. If we were to have this be very rough, like, it looks plasticky right now. It's not really the feel that I'm going for. Also, I think this scale should be increased. Go for some more of the cool blue rust, I think. I mean, that's okay for a cover. I mean, you're only really gonna see, like, the side of it anyway. Good enough. Jar glass, this one's gonna be harder. Alpha should be probably less. Just decrease the alpha a little bit. Hey, Derby Sheep, welcome to the stream. Glad you can make it. Thank you for joining us. Today I'm making a job application manager. But right now I'm making the icon for it, so that way I can put it on the stream. The GlassB SDF color is going to be red. Let's go ahead and put a box inside of the jam, just so we can make sure we can see said box. Currently, I can kind of see it. I can really see it like this. I think we need more light. This little, I think it's a point. Yeah, it's a point, not a sun. Change that to 1. Rotate you down. Rotate you. Make a duplicate. Rotate you on a Z, so you're facing like that. Now we have a little bit of sun either way. If we make it 0.1, that's actually pretty good. Changing the alpha does not change anything about this. Alright. Changing the value makes it harder to see through. Reducing the color makes it, or reducing the saturation makes it easier to see through. In that case, we'll only have a little bit of saturation. Maybe like 0.3. And yeah, red's the color I want. I do want it to be a little bit thicker though. Maybe 0.5. Let's go with 0.5. Alright. Pretty good. Oh my gosh. I love this reflection mask. Alright, so I think I'm actually going to, I'm going to make this a separate object. I'm going to make this a standard. Let me go ahead and grab an image of a, like, I feel like I should make my own job application, kind of, or just some scribbles. I just need something with text on it, really, for the texture. Yeah, I don't want to use a real job application. Yeah, I'm just going to use text. Okay, yeah. So I'll make it a. I found this. Okay, this is a Lispum or lipsum.com, and it has a Lispum generator. I just want to generate some dummy text. Let me go ahead and zoom out a little bit. I'll go ahead and take a photo, a screenshot. Let's say this is about right. Go ahead and save this. I want to save this to my programming. Jam. icon or jam icon dummy application texture, save, cool. All right, and now we can go ahead and what's the dimensions of this image? 480 by 637. So 480 by 637, I think it was. .480 by 637. Okay, so yeah, that's correct. So now we have this really big piece of paper. We can go back to layout for this. So right now it has this huge size. We don't really want it to have that size, so we're going to go ahead and apply that. And then we're going to scale by like 0.1, scale by 0.1. Scale it down a little bit more. All right. Let's hide this right now. Let's rename it jar. And rename this application. All right. We're going to go ahead and save. So right now this is really small. We can go ahead and apply all of the scale. So now we have it in the right dimensions. We can go ahead and give it a new texture or material. Application. And for this, we're going to be using the image texture. Open. There we go. Oh, I'm in render mode. I can be in this mode for this. So yeah, as you can see, it's perfect. That's great. Now if I were to move this around, good, it stretches. That's what I wanted. I thought it would. I just was making sure. So one thing that we do need to do is we need to make it so we can actually fold this up. So we're going to go ahead and subdivide this a few times. Just like this. Yeah, we'll subdivide 10 times, why not? Alright, so what's the best way to do this? I guess what we can do is this. G1. And then we'll go ahead and rotate this around the 3D cursor. Well, first of all, we'll turn on proportional editing. What happens if we just move this? We rotate it around Z. We want to rotate it around the 3D cursor. Okay, it is not rotating it around the 3D cursor for some reason. Oh. That's orientation. can sort of straighten it out. All right, rotate it again. That's pretty good. Only thing is it's stretched now. Thankfully, we should be able to just unwrap. No. Whoops, I did not mean to hit Y. Smart UV unwrap. Nope. Follow quads, I guess, is probably the next best option. Where is follow quads? I am in face select. Follow active quads. There we go. Like, it's longer than it is tall now. Let's turn this back to bounding box center. Shrink it down a little bit. Let's just edit this by hand a little bit. Do some touch up. Let's go ahead and delete all these. Just so I can edit this top sort of spine. Edit vertex by vertex. Make my life easy. Something like this. Now, obviously that looks really bad, but that's just because I wanted to get everything kind of correct. So we'll go ahead and have this here. The next step will probably be something like this. The next step will probably be something like this. The next step will probably be something like this. Pretty good spiral. And now we just want to expand it. Decrease a little bit. There we go. Alright, all the Z positions are correct. So we'll go ahead and extrude this down. We'll make this one a little bit bigger. The base a little bit bigger, no reason not to. Let's keep this as 1, just so it looks more like a normal piece of paper. Now we shade smooth. Let's go ahead and reapply this texture. Well, it is already applied. We need to take the UV again, though. So we'll start at here, Control L, unwrap, follow active quads. Alright, I don't think that did anything. Classic follow active quads. Yo, welcome to the stream, Joseph GD. Glad you can make it. Thank you for joining us. I am currently making Jam, a job application manager. But in order to do that, first I'm making the icon so that way I can actually put it on the stream instead of just having it be my default WAF stream. So right now I should be able to go to my UVs. Where is my UVs here? Alright, looks like I'll just need to UV do a smart package unwrap. Cool. Now actually do the follow quads, please. There you go. Now, besides it being completely upside down, this is actually pretty good. So yeah, in order to fix this is actually really easy. We just need to rotate 90 or 180. There we go. Now we can just go ahead and take this, scale it on the Y by 0, scale U on the Y by 0. Then we can go ahead and turn on locks. I forget where to do it. Like view. Yeah, I have it off right now. I forget which it was. There's an option that lets you basically prevent you from dragging outside of the thing. Let me look that up really quickly. Blender. Prevent. No. Strain. UV options. UV. There we go. Yeah, there we go, there we go. I had to do this when I was doing the little memes with the cubes in order to get really nice UVs. So yeah, now what I can do is I can go ahead and turn my pivot to my 3D cursor, my 2D cursor, I mean, sorry. Now I can just scale, take you, move you up here, scale on the X, and there we go. It's perfect. That's what I'm talking about. That's how you do UVs. I can turn this off now, though, and turn this back to bounding box. And we turn on the jar, go to render mode. Pretty good. So now what we'll do is we'll make some duplicates of this. I guess this should actually be like... First of all, let me go ahead and set it... If I go ahead and do this, I should then be able to Control A, it's location. Still looks okay. Now if we go back to wireframe, let's go ahead and add in some duplicates. Alt-D. I have a feeling this might go out of bounds, unfortunately. But if it does, we'll handle it. I don't think these should be quite as long. If I'm adjusting this, it's gonna screw up the bottom. Fine, we'll delete the bottom again. No. So yeah, these are still in the bounds. That's good. So let's go ahead and put one of these in at 30. Let's do every 60 degrees. So Alt-D. This will be 120. Alt-D. This will be 180. Alt-D. By the way, Alt-D is duplicate, but like keep everything the same. That's how I'm able to keep all of these as the same curve. So 180, it's gonna be 240. And there should be one more. I just realized it's not centered. So 240 right now. Wait, no, it's because I'm my camera axis. So yeah, it's gonna be 300. And that should be all of them. And yeah, pretty good. Let's just see how this looks. Obviously, they don't have their text on them yet, but overall, pretty good. I can live with that. Yeah, might as well make them taller. Looks good. So here's my pickled job applications. So now what we should do is, so it looks like it's the right way. Yep, that's the correct way. Actually, I can just do this. View, location Y is going to be 0. Oh, no. This is a 2D cursor. Really? I can't do it here? Ah, UV vertex. If I were to move this up, yep. It took me 10 years or whatever of doing Blender to realize that you can just manually select vertice position. It's so nice. I just figured it out on 3D view, so yeah, now it works on 2D view. That's beautiful. So here we have pickled job applications. So yeah, now let's go ahead and get a good shot of it. First of all, we need to have a film transparent. Now we can actually get a good icon of it. In terms of render cycles, the icon we should have probably a 64 by 64 version. And then we'll also make a YouTube thumbnail one. In terms of samples, let's go ahead and take 40 icon. I think we'll take more. We might as well. We'll take twice as many as that. All right, camera. We'll go ahead and move it around. Get a basic spot. Oh wait, we need to put the text on it. Yeah, we're not done yet. Wait, why is there... Oh. But yeah, I do want to write something on it. Let's just see how this looks first and foremost, though. For the camera, let's go ahead and add on the limiters. this. Actually, no, we do want this to be pretty close. And then we are going to rotate the camera a little bit on the y-axis. All right, there we go. I mean, that looks pretty good for the bottle. But we do need to write, I'm not sure if I want to write jam or job on it. I think it'd make more sense to say job because, like, obviously it's supposed to represent jam. So we'll go ahead and do that. All right, we'll need to do text, edit it, say job. We need to change the font. Hue, Gothic, bold. Oh, I didn't have that on. Hue, Gothic, bold. All right, give me Hue, Gothic, bold, please. There we go. That's a good font. So now what we'll do is we'll go ahead and rotate this by 90, negative 90. Go ahead and put it like right here. I mean, that looks more centered. Like, it isn't technically, but it feels more centered. And that's what really matters. All right, now we'll go ahead and convert this to a mesh. Where is convert to mesh? Oh, it's up here. What am I, stupid? Thought it was up here. I am in object mode. Convert. There we go. I do want to split this, but you know what? I don't really care. I don't care enough to split it. I guess first of all, we will extend all of these out by like 0.1. No, that's way too much. 0.05. 0.1. 0.25. There we go. That looks pretty good. I'm going to try to avoid rotating them on the x-axis. Pretty good. Let's give it a color. Give it a text color, black. Turn this to rendered. We do kind of need to have like a sticker on this, I think. Like a band that has like a sticker on it. That's not hard to do, but it is something I should probably do. In terms of roughness, I guess it doesn't really matter because it's completely black. We'll turn its roughness down to like 0.1, I guess. It's metallic, not really. Pretty good, I think. So now what we need to do is take you, select, there should be an edge select, no, loop tools, there we go. I thought that was going to be a selection. No matter, I have solution. There we go. Yeah, I probably should do it in line. See, I'll subdivide by 2. Alright. Do it along the normal. So this should be starting down here. That's actually pretty good. Let's make this a seam, both of these a seam. U, seam, free, Control L. We'll go ahead and add a new material. Sticker. Alright, and we'll assign this. We could make a texture for this, but I'm feeling lazy, so I'm just going to do this. Color ramp. Fac is going to go into a wave texture. And the vector is going to be geometry. I want this to be along the Z. Yep. We're going to set these both to 0.5. There we go. Instead of this, we obviously want it to be red or something. Maybe like 0.3. Maybe more on the pinker side, I'm thinking. Just so it doesn't clash as much. 0.95. 0.4. Just so it's off-white. The roughness should not be that high. This should probably be a mission, not that looks pretty good. I didn't even think about it, but yeah, having it as a light source also looks pretty nice. I'm pretty happy with that. So yeah, this is the icon. This will be like the icon for the application. We're obviously going to make a much higher res version for like the YouTube thumbnail. I think it's actually already done. Yeah, I mean, it's such a small object. Well, I'm going to go ahead and save it. Icon. Alright, if I go here. So it looks okay. It's very small though. I think we can increase it significantly. Let's go for a 256 version. Render image. It's not quite done. Now it's done. Image. Can I increase this window size? I'm gonna rename it to Jam Icon 64 for its size. I'm kind of wondering if I should put like an icon behind it. Probably not. Like if I pull this up. Yeah, I mean that fits. So now we'll make a higher res version for the YouTube thumbnail. First of all, we'll turn down the number of samples by like 4 or 8. So it's only taking 1/8 of the samples, but we're going to increase the resolution by a lot. So times probably 4. We'll times 8 the resolution. 8. And now if we render image, switches over to rendering. Alright. Just gotta let this render. So yeah, pretty happy with this. This will be the thumbnail for the stream now. I am having lag on my music, probably because I'm recording and rendering. Rendering is, rendering. So if you're experiencing lag, I'm sorry. It's, yeah. Rendering expensive, what can I tell you? Why, hello there, the Nav Experience. Welcome to the stream. Glad you can make it. Thank you for joining us. Today I am making Jam, an application, a job application manager. YouTube algorithm, nice. This is definitely not my normal content, but honestly, I'm trying to get a job, and keeping track of all of my jobs, all my applications and whatnot, like right now I'm just keeping them all in a spreadsheet, so I'm doing this. So I'm making because I'm a computer scientist, I'm going ahead and making an application just so I can manage my applications. 2 jobs. Wait, how do people normally pronounce it if I did it right? Like, to me it's always just, like, would people not call it the Nav Experience? It's such a slow render. Time remaining 38 minutes. I don't think it's gonna take that long, I'm gonna be honest. You know what, while this is rendering, I'm gonna go ahead and swap out the YouTube thumbnail for the actual thumbnail. That Sun Nav Interstep. And stop. Oh, they just say the nav. Alright. It's not the best icon, but it's an icon, alright. Well, while this is rendering, we might as well get started on the real fun part, actually programming. So I'm going to use what I've learned, that being WinForms to make this. So let me go ahead and open up Visual Studio. Yeah, most of the time I do video game challenges, but I've been putting some of my coding stuff up on here. And today these last few days have been really stressful, but I want to code, so I'm streaming my coding. But yeah, this is definitely not a normal stream. It's just tired, but I want to code. I want to make this because I need to. Yeah, I'm glad I hid my screen because it came up with all my previous projects. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and WinForm. Windows Forms app, .NET Framework. I mean, we don't really need .NET functionality. Yeah, I've made my fair share of games. I have an itch.io and all that fun stuff. So I'm gonna go ahead. Should I include .NET capabilities? Okay, yeah. I think I'm just gonna use the basic Windows form. Jam. All right. All right, I can turn back on my screen now. Yeah, what I had up, when I opened it opened up all the solutions, all of my stuff, like all the previous work, like for companies that I'm contracting for. So don't want to pull up their stuff. I mean, I'm sure it'd be fine if I had like the name of the project I was working on, as long as I'm not like, oh, here's what I did in my previous job. Here's the code. Yeah, I think I'm okay if I say like, yeah, I worked for X company, but don't really want to do that on stream. So yeah, WinForms are pretty cool. I've used them in the past. I guess really before we start designing it, we should actually plan out what we want. So what I was thinking of is, let me open up Paint, because this will be easier to show with a drawing. So I think this really needs a multi-pronged approach, or Jam will have multiple parts to it. The first part is a home screen that lets you choose what you are trying to do today. The second thing is adding applications that you are filling out. Another thing will be viewing applications and the other major thing is viewing applications that you haven't, or that you are now using. Man, Paint is being laggy. I am assuming it is because I am trying to render something right now. I have a whole computer. I'm going to use the whole computer. I'm rendering something, I'm streaming, and I'm trying to use Paint. Paint was the straw that broke the camel's back. But yeah, so we have a home page. So we'll have a home page. And the home page needs to lead to, I'd say, at least 3 things. We need it to go to plus applications. We need to go to view applications. And we need to go to settings. That is a horrible gear. Good enough. So, home needs to lead to these three things. Now, when I'm creating an application, it needs to probably be broken into a few things. One is the company, and the company is probably something that should be stored separately because if I'm, a company usually has a careers website. Like I've gone to several careers websites and applied for multiple jobs at once. So it probably needs a career portion. 2 rules to never forget. You should never reveal a company name that you worked on working for. You're not paid for that. No need to give free promote. Well, I mean, there are reasons why you would reveal the name. It's to say, hey, I worked for this company. I have this, you know, if I say I'm working at Microsoft, that inherently gives me value because I am saying, look at me, I'm a big shot, like the Deltarune. Obviously, I do not work for Microsoft, but I'm saying that, if you work for a big company, it would make sense to reveal that, or it could have financial benefits. Alternatively, it could lead to problems. You know, oh, I work for Microsoft. And then someone goes to Microsoft and says, hey, this guy right here, yeah, yeah, he talking shit about you. And then you get in trouble. So there's pluses and there's benefits and negatives to going ahead and talking about where you work. I don't really want to do it just for my privacy. So when I'm plussing, or when I'm adding a form, not a form, a application, the first thing I need to say is the company. There should be a section dedicated to company. And the company section should probably include the name, obviously. It should probably include the, I'd say website. Just a generic website. Career website. Is that even how you spell career? I feel like it's only one R. Yeah, it's only one R. Well, technically there's two R's. There's one at the end. Ganon only has one N, that sort of thing. So obviously it might not have all of these. It might just have one or two of these. Like obviously it'll have a name, but it might not have it should have a website. But it might not have a careers website. Maybe I applied on LinkedIn, so there's no guarantee for a career website. And then I'll also put in a home page. This is for like, oh, I applied and this company has a place where I can view all my application statuses. So a career home. I'll just put a home. I am an artist with a mouse. So we have a career page, a career home. Cool. So what else do I need? I need the actual application. Now if I'm adding an application, well, if I'm creating an application, there probably shouldn't be an option for the status of the application because I'm creating it. There's no need for me to say, oh, I was accepted, I got this, I did this. So first of all, obviously we're going to have the position name. So we have the application name. Oh wait, I forgot one thing up here. We also want a quick use. I'll have like a shoe for it. That's my quick use symbol. So the idea behind a quick use thing is like, oh, the company has in its thing, what are all the skills that you use? And you have to select them from like a drop down list. Like I have a bunch of my skills on my resume, but like I have so many skills I can't fit them all on my resume. And a lot of them, like if I have to choose between putting MuseScore or GIMP on my resume, I probably want GIMP. But I still have MuseScore. So I have limited room on my resume. I can't put everything on it. So having a good quick use menu for like, oh, this application is requiring me to get out all my skills, I could just go to my quick use menu and it'll pop up a window and I could say skills and it'll give me all my skills. So that's the quick use menu that should be in here. So application, we're going to have a name. Then we're going to have should I have a rank? Like a lot of careers that I found need like some sort of security clearance or something like that. I guess that doesn't really matter. Because that'll be part of a name. But we will have a link to the page. I'm pretty sure on any web page I can just go ahead and say save as. If I do that, it's HTML. Can I save it as a PNG? So I can save a web page as it saves it as HTML. The thing I'm worried about is what happens if this website gets taken down. So I think I want to have a backup. I was thinking he's going to save it as like a PNG, or not PNG, a thing. Like, it's not a PNG, it's... What the heck is it called? Am I dumb? Yes, but like, shut up. PDF, that's what I was thinking of. So if it's not saving it as a PDF, in that case, I want to have a backup of the site. So I should just be able to screenshot the thing and put them in. Ah, for company. I want my email. So far for all the places I've applied, I've never needed an email per se, or a username. I've always needed an email. So I'm not sure if this should be a application-based thing, or if it should be a company-based thing. Like I know on one company, when I log into the application type or into the careers website. So in that case, it makes sense to have my email and password tied to the company. Alternatively, it might make more sense to have it, if I'm just applying to one place. Well, like, when would I need a separate password for every application? It doesn't make sense for that. Okay. I think what I should do is I should put the email and password in company. I should also be able to tie info to a company. Just a nice text field, just in case. Probably going to be empty most of the time, but it would be good to have. Now, so, you could have an email for just an application. Oh, is this finished? I think it did. Nice. Alright, save that. We now update the YouTube thumbnail. Oh, file's bigger than 2 megabytes. How big is it? 4. In that case, we'll open with GIMP, make a half-size version. I'm not going to re-render it again. Yeah, I'll re-render it, whatever. I lied. So, an email given to a company, like if it's a new company, there's a chance that I don't give it to the company. So I think I will have an email thing here. What email did I use for the application? And it'll just use the default of what's in my... It'll use what's in the company. So whatever information do I need? Now if I'm updating an application, I mean, will I ever update this? Probably not. So I'm thinking I do this as a tab. You have a window with a tab on it, and you can either go ahead and do the company or do the application. What other info is there? So I have the application creation date. I don't need to include that though. And the last update thing. That's just going to be automatic though. No, last update I will need to do. Status, last update, and created are all... I think those should all be automatic. You shouldn't need to do those in the application creation menu. But what happens if you try to edit? Should I even have an edit? I probably should. I have the email, username, password, other. All right. So I think I know what I need. So I need probably just an additional info here. And when I submit, it'll go ahead and so the ad will have access to a submit button, and edit will not. So yeah, edit. Edit will have access to the company. Well, actually, no, edit will just have either the company or the application. It won't have both. So form 1, I want to recall this. Let's call this Jam Home. Now if we go ahead and run this, yep. Let's go to form 1, open with designer. Oh, sweet, this one's done as well. $1,024. No way this isn't too big or too small. Or no way, yeah, this is too big. Where's my stream archive? There it is. All right, cool. So we need to go here to properties. Text, this is going to be home. Okay. You seem to misunderstand when I say change the text to home. Okay, so keyboard isn't working for some reason. But I can, like, drag stuff. Okay, now I can type. I don't know what that was before, but okay then. So the text is going to be home. Its icon is going to be it needs to be an ICO file. Forgot about that. Hey, it worked. Okay, so keeping it as an ICO file, just literally renaming it. What do you mean it must be a picture that can be used as an icon? The hell you mean by that? Alright, let's see. Why is there an error? Argument picture must be a picture. Ah. So apparently 64 by 64 is too big. Bro. Bro, really? I don't care. I'm doing in GIMP. I'm not opening that up again. Image, scale image, divide by 2, scale. Alright, file, export as, jam icon, 32.ico. Alright, let's try this again. There we go. So we don't really need a home screen button. Or a full screen button. We can set that to false. We don't need to minimize either. Actually, yeah, we probably do. Is it really going to keep the full screen there? It is. But yeah, there's no reason for you to have the maximize box. Literally no reason, because this is just going to be your home screen. So what's this going to have? We need a tools, no, not a tool strip container. It's like table layout panel, yeah. There we go. We're gonna go ahead and dock it in here, full screen, basically. In terms of columns, we only need 1, and in terms of rows, we need 4. And each row will be... We're not going to have this resizable, so yeah, we're just going to say this is what it is. We could do absolute, since we're not going to allow resizing. So I think absolute. Absolute. I do think 20 is a bit small, though. Nah. I'll just make it. There's no reason to not do this. Just have them all share the same space. Like that. there should be a use resizer. Oh, it's via them here. So resize, where's the resize thing? It's been a while since I've used, well, it's not been that long since I've really used WinForm. There's not a little bit in it, but I haven't really used it much this semester. I know there's a thing that says resizable. You can't lie to me and say there isn't. Locked, here we are. It says move or resize, yeah. What? But I can still resize it. Okay, so locked did not work. Color, background image, cursor, font, foreground, cover, for. Ah, here we go. I think fixed single is what I want. Yeah. Cool. Alright, so what we want is the... Yep. So we want a button here. And we're going to call it create form or create application. Oh, wait. Create app button. All right, its doc will be fill. And its text will be create application. All right, now we need another button. So we can just make all three of these buttons. So this one's just going to be a view applications button. The next one is going to be settings. This is going to be quick. Quick stats, I'll call it, I guess. All of these will have the same doc of fill. This is going to be settings. And then the last thing is going to be, what's the last thing? Quick go to. Or quick stats. We can go ahead and decrease the size of this window. No need for it to be big if it's just going to be this. I want it to be a little bit bigger so the home doesn't get cut off though. Gotta make it look professional. Looks pretty good. You got 4 buttons. It's a little close to the side for my liking though. Just give it a little bit of padding. That looks better. I'm gonna blow my nose and grab a little bit of water. All right, let's get right back into this. So, now this is called Form 1 CS. I don't really like that. This should be Jam Home. Okay, it fixed everything. Good. You have to be worried because like sometimes it'll name, if I rename it one place, it won't rename it everywhere else. So yeah. Where should I store things I can change? Probably in, like I need somewhere to store the applications. I'm going to be storing them as XMLs, but where am I going to store them on your computer? Or on my computer, I mean. Who knows if anyone else will actually use this. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and see. Okay. So they're saying app data. App data versus programming data. Program data contain. Okay, not user specific. Seems like I should put in roaming. Okay. Also, if I go ahead and run this. Oh, it actually does have the right application icon. Nice. Honestly, I probably don't need to call it Jam Home. I can probably just call it Home. To be honest. I don't need a jam. So I should have a login here. Let's go ahead and create another class. File, new, file. We just want a C#. That was wrong. I need to add it like this. Add new item. Class. C# class, and we're going to call this file helper, I guess. Or file manager. Yeah, that makes more sense. So file manager is going to be a public static class. We're going to have a public first thing we need is a directory. So public app data string. Environment dot get folder path. Environment dot special folder dot app data. Okay, so yeah, this is roaming. So we're gonna have public static bool try get file. Or first of all, let's give void. Create, well actually first of all, no. Can I just do folder file dot path user data is going to app data string, and it's going to be Okay. Excuse me. So try to get file, we'll go ahead and I mean, like, what information am I going to be storing? I think I need... So the files I think I will need is... So we have app data. We have app data. And in app data, we're going to go into jam. This is ours. So from here, I think we should have 3 things. Or 4. I guess, yeah, 4. We're going to have company. We're going to have, secondly, we're going to have applications. Then we're going to have third, anything. What was I going to put in here? Settings. It's settings? 2 Ts. Yeah, it is. So we'll have settings. Like, I actually think quick go-to should be above settings over a quick stuff. Because, like, this is stuff that you need immediately. You're not going to be changing your settings very often. Like, maybe occasionally you'll change your settings? But I doubt it. You're not going to be changing your settings all that much. Quick stats is there. Settings is down there. Successful flip. Like, honestly, I think we could store no, you don't... I was about to say, I think we could store the quick stuff in there. But I don't think that would make sense. There we go. Yeah, cover letter and resume. Because, like, if you used your August resume and you just made a whole bunch of changes in September, now you can go up to them and say, hey, I've made all these changes. So keeping track of which resume you use is actually good. But that's also something we should keep track of in settings. You shouldn't need to constantly say which resume you've used. You just need to update it in your settings. Honestly, it'd probably make more sense to say, not in settings, but in your quick go-to. What? It's not quick go-to. What is it again? I keep on messing up. Quick stats. Quick stats. I keep on calling it quick go-to because that's something that I did in one of my previous, or not in my previous, in one of my previous jobs. It's never mind. Anyway, so we have the quick stats bear. So this is what should be stored in Jam. So for the file manager, so string, we're going to have huh? Okay. That was weird. Can you still hear me? You can. Cool. All right, so user data folder. So the next thing is going to be company folder. And it's going to equal path.combine user data folder and call it companies. And then we're going to call it application folder. These should be plural. They should be. Equal path.combine user data folder. Yo. But yeah, so this should be applications. And then we're going to have public static. We're going to have, why do I not just keep this up? Settings. I mean, really, we could just store the settings in like the registry. I mean, no, because I want to store like their username and password or their email and password. And we could do that, but I don't think that's a good idea. Like we could store those in the registry, but I think it makes more sense to store it in app data roaming. But I mean, like, do we really need a folder for that? We might as well. User data folder. Settings. And lastly, we have public, static. I guess this one should technically be before because we flipped them. No, it doesn't matter. And I actually think it does. Just from a code cleanliness point of view, it does. That is not how you spell settings. So yeah, quick stats. Equals path dot combine. We should also have a enum here. I guess technically I'll put it outside of a class. Public enum file type. File type. So one of them is going to be one of them for each folder, basically. Company. Application. Quick stat. Setting. And we will give them numbers, just so casting works. It would appear that that's the end of the Hat in Time soundtrack. It's time for Donkey Kong. Yes, Donkey Kong. case. File type dot right. Autocomplete, my beloved. Alright, so yeah, now we have the folder path. If, and we should make this a separate method. Private static string folder path. Folder path, if directory, oh, dumb. It's directory, it's not directories. That exists. Folder path. Default. For row. That should never happen. There literally are only 4 folder types. Well, I guess if you cast an integer to the folder type, then you could get an invalid folder type. But even then, that's your fault. This, because like I'm the programmer, I'm not going to have this problem. So get folder path. So if the directory does not exist, then we're going to say directory dot create directory folder path. Turn folder path. There we go. Path. File path. Oh, yeah, I can just say file path equals folder path or path.combine. Folder path Oh. String folder path equals folder path and file name. But here comes the question, do we include the file type on the end of a name? I would say yes. The file name is, the extension is part of a file name. Because when I say, oh, the resumes you have are resume.png, I want to say .png. I don't want to say it's just resume this. You know, not PNG, PDF. So we'll assume that it has that name. If file.exists file path return true, else file.create. Well, we don't want to create it. No, we don't. Really, we can just say file. Yeah, just return this. Because the extension could be confusing, I am actually going to put a summary in here. Tries to get a file extension is part of a name. Nah. I'm going to put it in here. So file type is going to be really descriptive, sure. Type of file. The name of file, including ext. I'll write it out just to be professional. And file path. If it's not a full sentence. Really neither is this. I'm still gonna put a period though. Looks weird without a period. So like how we have this over here for the ad, let's make something for settings. So for settings, so what do you need in settings? First of all, account type. This is crucial because if, like, I personally don't really want to log into this. I mean, as long as my data is encrypted when it's saved, you know, like obviously I'm not going to be storing it. Like when I make these files, I'm not going to be storing your email or password as plain text. Duh. I'm not that stupid. But if you open this application and the application has the key to decrypt the email and password, it doesn't do you much good if someone logs into your computer. So that's what this is trying to do. So type is going to be there's going to be three types, I think. The first is open. There is no sort of, you don't have to log in at all. You don't have to put in a password at all. All right. So password restrict is going to be, you can open the application just fine. But if you ever want to delete, like if you ever want to show a password, you have to log in. So this is going to be, okay, I can see everything. Or I guess more so, you can't edit anything. Yeah, you can't edit any of the things or see passwords. The only thing you can edit is application status, basically. Like, oh, I got this back. You can't, like, view any of the passwords that you have saved. But, like, could you create a new application in this state without being logged in? I think you could. You wouldn't be able to see it after, though. Basically. And then the last thing is closed. By closed, that means you have to log in before you can start using the application. If you're closed, you cannot go ahead and do anything without being logged in. Now, by default, I'm going to have it set to open because I think that makes sense. Like, why would you want, like, if you just, I mean, also, it wouldn't be a password at all. The next thing is going to be a password. I think password for this is pretty obvious. I mean, is there anything else that you really need for your settings? Not that I can think of. Like, it's not like I need to say, oh, do you want to opt out of collecting your data? Because I'm not collecting your data. Whoa! Isn't that nuts? Oh, wait. Oh my god, I've been drawing on this screen. Sorry. This is my current stuff. I was just drawing settings. So we have open, password restricted, where you can't see passwords if you're not logged in, and closed. And obviously, if you do have it like this, if you have it either password restricted or closed, in order to update settings, you would have to log in. Duh. Like, you wouldn't, like, it doesn't make sense for you to be able to update that without being logged in. I mean, is there anything else that you would need? I mean, there's some accessibility stuff that I could throw in here, but I'm not going to do that now, I don't think. I'm going to drink a little bit more water. All right. So when I store everything in XML, I think I should save a um, okay, I think that's what I needed to do. Okay. I think that's what we do. So we'll need a new method. Private static dictionary. And this is going to be a dictionary of string to um, No, I can be smart about this. I can save the quick go to as just to an object. So this is going to be a string to an object. I'm just going to call it get file as dictionary. And we're going to have a file type. And a string file name. New, turn, dictionary. This should be above. This should be like right here. So next what we're going to do is try get file. If not try get file. No. If try get file. File type. File name. File path. I mean, technically, a hacker could just delete this. So I'm thinking, should the settings contain your own key? Because like obviously I don't want to store a password to your thing without a key. So do I store the key in here? That's devilish. If I store the key in here, and I detect someone try to open up your thing, and there's no key in here, if your encryption key is not in here, the only way for an encryption key to not be in here is A, option 1. This is your first time opening the software. The file doesn't exist. B, a hacker deleted specifically the encryption key. Or C, a hacker deleted the file. Like if I store the encryption key in here, so your passwords could be permanently encrypted. Yeah, if you delete this, if you delete this key at all, I think the system should nuke it. You've deleted the key, it needs to generate a new key. But that new key won't work with anything else you've ever done. You do not fuck with this key. Pardon my language. I am sorry for swearing, but this is crucial. This is cybersecurity. I might not be a cybersecurity expert, but I'm not stupid. You touch this key, your data goes. It's as simple as that. You touch this key, it does not find a key here. Something has gone wrong. Something has gone very wrong. But like, if a hacker deletes this file just to make you lose all of your passwords, how should a key work? I mean, let's say you have some data. You want to take that data, if someone deletes your username and password, like what happens if someone deletes this file? That's the question. What happens if someone deletes this file? If someone deletes this file, it can be very bad. Because that would essentially turn your, you know, like even if I didn't store a key here, let's just say I use a generic key. If someone can go in here and delete your name and password, It's not good. Yeah, I don't want to store the password here in plain text. But like, where would I store a key? I mean, I could just have a key baked in. What if I use the environment machine name as the key? It's exploitable. I mean, there's nothing I can do that will be perfectly impenetrable, especially someone who's not a cybersecurity expert. But I do want it to be, you know, not fallible. I don't want it to be the definition of fallible. I don't want it to be terrible. I at least want the slightest bit of security. You know, if you can just come in here and look at the password. But yeah, I mean, like, if you can just delete the file, that doesn't mean anything. Like, if you can just delete the file, and then, oh, there's nothing here, so this is a fresh user, and then it encrypts and then all of your other files get either deleted. There's got to be some good way of doing this. All right, so I don't think I'm gonna be able to get a perfect prevention mechanism, but I think what I can do is this. So what I do is this. So I have data. Or I have emails. So I have your email and your password. These are encrypted, and the encryption key is the jam password. So your jam password encrypts this. This is your key. So this means if you ever delete your jam password, if someone were to go into that file and delete it, this key is gone. This key gets gone. These are still encrypted. So the only way to unencrypt them would be to go ahead and essentially fix this password, put it back. But of course, we don't want this stored in clear text. So what we can do is, in my code, this also means changing your password would have to update this encryption. And I mean that, like, if you change your password correctly in the program, so we need a code key, essentially. A key that is in the code. You can't access it unless you have access to the actual code. But I mean, if you have access to the actual code, which everyone does. But like a normal hacker won't be able to see this and be like, "Ooh, I know exactly what this is. I'm a YouTuber with 7,000 subscribers." No one's gonna know what the hell this is, besides the people using it. I doubt they're watching 3 hours into a live stream just to figure out, oh, how can I scam this one person who has their passwords? And you really shouldn't be using your good passwords here. I'm including this as a service to you guys. But this should be for like, oh, I'm logging, I have Microsoft. Microsoft, you have a careers page, and you need a password for that careers page. This is so that way that gets encrypted. I mean, if someone finds out, oh, I can log into you as Microsoft, as your Microsoft careers page, okay, doesn't really mean anything. You shouldn't be storing important passwords here. So I'm not too worried. See, I think we have a code key. So in this case, the only way a hacker could figure out your password, well, it's actually pretty easy. They could go ahead and just say, okay, hello there, nice old lady who I'm trying to scam. If they delete this file, your passwords all remain safe. Obviously, if they delete this file, then your normal password stays safe, but that file will be deleted. Actually, this seems pretty solid. They would have to know this code key. Which I will, of course, make this... I'm worried about making it procedurally generated. Like, the obvious thing is just take, like, the machine name. You know, you take the machine name, but, like, what happens if someone changes their machine name? Problems. And tying it to something weird like that could be an issue. I think for now we just save the code key. This is just a part of the code. That will encrypt your jam password. And then that jam password will encrypt all of your emails and passwords that you put into the software. It will be the encryption key. I think that's the safest way that I can think of off the top of my head to make this secure. Because the only way, like, unless they know your jam password, if they know your jam password, they can always just put in your password. Wow. Obviously, they already know your email password. Yeah. They can't delete the code key. Should I encrypt everything with the jam password? I think I should. I think that makes sense. Now, could someone set it to open? If it says open and there's a password. Well, I think if you set it to open, you save it as open, it should clear your password. There should be no password associated. And in that case, it just has to encrypt with the So Do we encrypt everything or we do not? I don't think we do. It's just going to slow down loading times. For like, wow. You know that the company name is Microsoft? The position name is this? Like, what data am I storing? That's really important. The resume used, I'm not storing the entire resume, I'm storing the file link, the file name. So that's useless. Cover letter is useless. Encrypting, or what I'm saying is encrypting these wouldn't matter because they're literally already on your computer. Info, not important really. Email. I mean, like, yeah. I think storing your email in clear text is fine. Nah, that should be encrypted. But yeah, if it's open, it'll just try encrypting with the code key. If you're password restricted, nah, I think I should encrypt everything, because if I have a closed down mode, everything should be encrypted. Like where you, by using the normal site, you can't see anything. If you can just, you know, if I'm building a wall like this, if I say I'm closed down, I have a wall. If the guy trying to break into my computer, you know, and he's like, well, I can't go in this way, there's a wall. If you can just go, oh, wall ends. Pretty worthless wall. Like if I say password restricted, I'm saying, you know, I want this much of the wall. So yeah, I think it should always be encrypted. No real reason to not encrypt it. I mean, again, it might slow down performance a little bit, but I mean, it's an application generator with like this much stuff on it. If your computer is so bad that it can't handle that, I'm so sorry. I hope you get a better computer in the future. I'm not too worried about performance. So yeah, I think I'll encrypt everything. So by general, things will be encrypted with the code key. This will be encrypted by the code key. Should I encrypt the type? I mean, I guess I would have, I guess would have to be clear text. Because it needs to know what it's using for the code key and not. And like, I don't think that really matters. I mean, even if I did encrypt it with the code key, you could very easily find out how to get the non-code key. Not really. Yeah, I mean, I guess I can always encrypt it with the code key, because everything will be encrypted with the code key. Everything will have some kind of encryption. Cover letter, resume used, info, email. All of these things should be encrypted with the code key, unless closed down. Yeah, I mean, like, if you're closed down, everything should be encrypted with. The password should always be encrypted with the code key. That's the only way to do it. Your type should be encrypted with the code key. If it was encrypted with your password, you wouldn't know what type it is. I mean, I guess it would be gibberish when you try to decrypt it, but even still, I don't think that makes sense. I think it only makes sense to encrypt it with the code key, if that. Like, do I encrypt it with the code key or not? Hmm. I I mean, there's always going to be a code key. So having the type always encrypted with the code key, I think is fine. So this will be code key. This will be code key as well. It has to be. I'm not going to write out for all of them. I will actually. So code key. Code key. I guess I could just say, nah. It's obvious which ones are code key and which ones are password. Besides those two. I mean, all of these are going to be code key. Besides email and password. Email and password will be password unless there is a code key. Now, if a hacker knows the code key, I mean, I'm putting in roaming for a reason. I'm just not sure if machine environment.machine name will ever change. I think I'm going to go ahead and do it based off of environment machine name. It's just an added layer of security. So your environment machine name. So in order for a hacker to somehow get your emails and passwords that aren't even that important, the first thing they would have to do is figure out your jam password. The way they'd have to do that is they'd have to figure out your code key. The code key used to encrypt your jam password. The only way they could do that is by getting access to your environment machine name and use that through my encryption algorithm, which will probably be some sort of cipher, to then turn that into a code key, to then use that as the key to decrypt the jam password, to then use that to decrypt the email password. I mean, essentially what I'm doing is this. I'm just adding locks. Here you have your here you have your important key. It's not even this isn't even to your, well, it's in, yeah. So you have your key right here. In order to get to that, they need to know your jam key. So this is locked. So yeah, your actual keys are protected. They're encrypted. And the only way a hacker would be able to get to them is by, if you were in closed mode, yeah, if you were in closed mode, they would need your jam key. They would need your jam key, which is also locked behind the code key, the key generated in code. This is your password. This is going to be jam key. And that's locked behind knowing the code key. But of course, that code key is locked behind the environment name. So, in order for a hacker or for a guy who's snooping around on your machine to be able to figure this out, in order for them to get to your account, they would need your environment machine name to then unlock the code key, as well as the actual algorithm to create the code key from the environment machine name. So then he would have to use that in order to get the code key. And then from there, he'd have to use that code key as the decryption tool to get to the jam key. And then he'd have to use that jam key as a decryption tool to decrypt your passwords. This feels like it's not that many layers. Like, it's not that secure. None of these are that secure. But I mean, like, it's just a maze. And the prize at the end isn't even good. It's not even like giving you bank details or anything like that. What it's giving you is a password to an account that you don't care about. Like, oh, your Microsoft Careers account. Oh no. After all that work, they got my Microsoft Careers account. It doesn't matter. I mean, it's so many hoops. There's not that bad. Each hoop's not that bad. But, like, you have to know where all the hoops are, and then you have to figure out, like, and again, if this was a huge, massive product, it would be different. This is a small little fun product that I'm making for a job application. It's for me. I'm not really that worried about someone. I'm not really that worried about, like, if you use this, it's secured not only by all 4 of these layers, not even by all 4 of these, but it's also secured by the fact that I have 7,000 subscribers. Even if someone does somehow, like, know, okay, he's clearly using software that has passwords in it. How do we decrypt them? The only way they would know how to do any of this, the only way to find, like, this is, if this was a treasure map, the only way to find the treasure map is to find this channel and hit that subscribe button. They would have to find this channel, hit the subscribe button, and then they would have to go ahead and watch this video right here. Also, if you're a scammer, hi, go to jail. Anyway, so they would have to find this video where I'm talking about how the encryption actually works, and then use that to find the code key, how the code key is made. Which I find very unlikely, considering that it has 0 viewers right now. So, overall, I'd actually consider this to be one of the most secured things. Well, I guess they wouldn't have to watch the video necessarily. They could always just, like, download the tool. I'm going to upload the source code to GitHub. Okay, why is this brush size so small? Can I, like, make bigger? Like, bigger brush, please? Oh, wait, what am I doing? I can literally just whop, pop. Oh, wait, I can just do this. Clean code is a good code. So when I get a file, the first thing I need to do is turn this into XML. So the way I'm going to actually store everything is through XML. I am essentially going to say, okay, I have all these little pieces of information. So I'll have name, and then I'll have foobar. Then I'm going to package it using XML. Then I'm going to convert string. So I'm going to convert this information to an XML document, and then convert that into a string, put that string in a file. Actually, I could just save it as an XML file. What am I, stupid? Don't answer that. Document XML element in XML document elements. I might go turn on the light. It's getting kind of dark in here. It's already 5, so I might need to go grab some food soon. So for each element, we're going to say dictionary.add I guess inner text actually makes more sense. Alright, so we're logged in. So if you are logged in, then you can view passwords and then you can see all that stuff. If I go ahead and just do that, does this break everything? No, or yeah, kind of. So that initializes all the insides, I guess. So what is the best way to do this? Log in. Did I make it? Ah, I made it private. Get files dictionary. Settings. And the file name is going to be, I don't know, jam settings. I'll just call it settings. It's in the jam folder. I think this is equivalent to printing. Actually, I can just do dialogue. How do you do it again? No, it's not that. Message box show. That's what it was. Alright. So we're going to go ahead and do message box show, and we're going to be showing first of all, just to make sure it works before loading. We're going to go ahead and do this. Yep. That's what I thought would happen. So before actually even opening it, we want to go ahead and get this file. So if settings not equal to null, So if there are if there's nothing in settings, we can assume this is your first time opening it. Again, if you do end up deleting the settings, if you delete the file because you're a stinky hacker, well, you just deleted was the key. Everything still exists, so it will work if you do this. So yeah, you're logged in all right. It's just only going to use the code key, and you don't have the password anymore. So everything's still permanently encrypted until you go in through the files to actually, or go in and re-edit it in. So if we do log in this way, we need to immediately create a new thing. Public, static. I think we'll just take in the XML. Wait, what? Get folder path doesn't exist. Oh. Would it be smarter to just do that? Probably. It would probably be smarter to just return. Oops. No. Control RR. There we go. Now we can say try get XML. I'm assuming he's going to yell at me because, oh, you're not allowed to do that. It's a null reference. Oh, God. Yeah, I know. All right. There we go. What does it create when I just create a new XML document? It creates, well, let me actually move here. XML document is XML document. Does it have a document element? No. In terms of child nodes, it has none. Okay. Document dot add. Equals new XML element root. If I just say dot create, let's call it foobar, or let's call it root. So now if we look at it, does it have it as a document element? No. See, that just created it. Now if we append it, so XML element root equals append child root. We do that, and now it should actually append. I don't know if this will automatically become the document element though. So we have document, and the document element is root. It does have root. Okay, that's good. Move it over here. So we got a type and we got a password. Both of these should be encrypted by that. So let's go ahead and make a new file. I think it's a good time for that. Add class, and we're going to call this encryption manager. Public static class encryption manager. So we're going to have a public static string public static string it would be a string encrypt. We're just going to use some really simple encryption. Again, this isn't for much important, but it is important. I don't like, even if the passwords aren't important, I don't think it makes sense to have a product where, the passwords aren't encrypted. So encrypt, and we're going to pass in a string. Text. And a string key. Encrypted text equals new string. Encrypted text. String decrypt. decrypted text equals encrypted text. So in order to encrypt it, for int I equals 0. Actually, I'm going to delete this. Actually, because otherwise it won't work. Okay, new car, array of size, decrypted text, dot length. I want to make sure I'm actually doing this right. C# convert car array. All right, I put this here. Ah. Yeah, it's always fun to do this. It's because strings are immutable in C#. That's why I have to do this sort of thing. So I is less than decrypted text dot length plus plus I. Yeah, I'm just going to use a simple cipher for right now. In the future, I can come up with something better. So yeah, the encrypted text is equal to v decrypted text. I mod key dot length. Cannot convert into car. I think it's because you can add characters together. It's just that this is an integer because it's taking the value of the character. So I can just convert this to car. There we go. And yeah, decrypt is literally the same thing, but in reverse. Put the cake back in the oven at negative 375 degrees. It's simple. It's also not very secure, but like, again, I've had this spiel multiple times. To decrypt the text. Actually, no. This is incorrect. This is incorrect because of large numbers. So the issue with this is actually pretty simple. What I'm essentially doing is, oh, I have my password. Let's say our key is cat. Okay, our password is zilch. I mean, the issue is that if we have our password is a character is Z, and our key is, let's say our key is B. What we would essentially be doing is we'd be saying B plus Z. Okay. And it actually does loop. It's okay. Kind of. It would be better to do it this way, though. So what would be better is to essentially, instead of using this as a character, instead we go ahead and convert this to its bits. So let's say B is 0, 1. It's not, but let's say it was. Z is 26, so we would say that's, 10, wait, no. Also, B isn't 0, 1. What am I, stupid? It's 1, 0 in binary. So Z is going to be number 26. It's going to be 0, 1. It's going to be 16. So it's going to be 16. Then we need 10. So we need 8. We do not need 4. We do need 2. And we do not need 1. So that would be the binary representation of Z. So what we can do is we can XOR it or XOR it. And what that will do is it'll become 0, 0, and this loops. So this would be 0, 1, 0. Actually, no, that's a lie. Because both of these would be 1 byte, so this would be all zeros. Never mind. So this would look like this. So 0, 0, that's also going to be 0. 1, 1. So this would give us our new character of 1, 4, 8, or 1, 2, 4, 8, 16. So that would be 32. So this would give us the 32nd character, which is most likely gonna be gibberish. But that's fine. That's fine. I'm pretty sure in C Sharp, all the strings keep track of their own length, so if they have some fake character, it's fine. So yeah. But what's cool about this is if we XOR this again, against the top string, against B, which is 1, 0, it'll be 1, okay, that's exclusive OR, that's exclusive OR. It'll redo it, basically. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I'll call it encryption flip. Flips the encryption state of a string decrypted string come. Did I erase this? I did not. So it will become encrypted. A come decrypted. All right, and then this can be just called text. Flip text will be that. All right, key to encrypt or decrypt with. The How do I do a bitwise OR? C# bitwise. I know it's the power symbol, the caret, but is there an easier way to do it against characters? Can I literally just... Yep. It's that simple. All right. So next up, we'll go ahead and So what are we going to encrypt it against? I need something to encrypt. It's a private string. Oh, static string. So it's going to be encrypted CK, code key. Equals. I need some text. Do I do it? Do I just put it in as Among Us? No. No, 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 no! So I need some text. Perfect. Alright, when I typed in character generator, I was referring to the characters in the, like, typeface character. Alright, so this is a key. So this is the encrypted code key. It's literally gibberish. That's the point. And the way you decrypt it is by using your machine name. Public static string get code key. If decrypted code key equals null, then it'll actually generate it. And it will return decrypted code key. Equals encryption flip. Um, It'll either be, so it's string text, string key. So which is the key and which is the text? I think it would make more sense for the text to be I mean, technically, they are almost the same thing. They are almost the same thing if I have either one, because I'm just XORing them. So let's say my machine name is admin. The main difference is how does it loop? Because let's say my machine name is admin, right? So it's this 5-letter word. And then I have, 32 characters. So I got really long thing here. So I can either have 32 characters. I think the answer is, I think that's better. I think it's better to have the 32 character code key that's been shuffled by admin amount. Yeah, that makes more sense. So that means my text is going to be my encryption key, encryption code key, encrypted code key, string, and it's going to be environment machine name. So now we can also do, let's make another helper method, public static string encryption flip. With just string text. Turn. Encryption flip text. And get the cryptocode key. I think we make this private. Like, what's gonna need this? What needs the decryption key? Nothing. Nothing needs the decryption key. So text is going to be, we can just copy and paste this. This shouldn't have a space on it. All right. Wait, did it show foo? I don't think it did. No, it didn't. So I'm saving this in app data. Let me go ahead and see if the file's actually there. App data, there it is. Roaming. Jam, settings, folders open, is empty, what? Oh. Okay, yeah, it's not there. Ah, it's because there's no code in here. I wonder why it's broken. File name, XML document, .save, file path, there we go. Now it should work. Does it pop up? It does. I have a settings XML, and it has root in it. Nice. So now that we have the root, now we can make another element. So next we're going to go ahead and make a... So what do we need? In the settings we need a type and we need a password. We might as well make that let's start off by making the form because that's going to be a type in that file. But I guess it is going to be a string. But I'm going to get that string from the file, so yeah. So let's go ahead and make a add. Oh, I'm in solution, not jam. Okay, add class. Actually, no, we need to add a form. Form. And the name of this form is going to be settings. We're not going to actually do much here, but I am going to make a public enum password protection type. None, only, password, or I'll call it only critical. Actually, I'll call it limited. I put in the correct number of M's and T's. Wonderful. I am smart. Full. That's the right word to use. I love the Rocket Barrel theme. So jazzy. So cool. So yeah, what we need to do is add root, and then we're going to go ahead and make some new elements. XML element. Actually, one thing I will do is I'll also add in numbers here. So none is 0, limit is 1, and full is 2. XML element. And we'll call this, yeah. Type. I feel like this should be an enum. I shouldn't be naming elements root and then whatnot. I feel like that could lead to me typing something out wrong. I should have an enum for this as well. But I think I would put that in File Manager. Public enum. We'll have root. I'm not going to put numbers with these. Doesn't make sense too. So then we'll have we'll probably put some above this, but for right now I'll just put them right here. So password type. So password protection type. Then we're going to have password to create element. So yeah, instead of naming this, we'll call it dot root string. There we go. Yeah, this will just help me keep consistent. So yep, now we're going to do this basically for the password as well. But the password is just going to be an empty string. Password. Password. Now because there's no text, it can't be encrypted. There's nothing here. Root.append child, password. Now one thing that we need to do is we need to say password protection type dot inner text equals encryption manager dot encryption flip There we go. And now if we run this, let's see what happens. Data at the root level is invalid. Line 1, position 1. This is it. Let's try this one more time. So I created it now. ZW or ZW7V. Password is password. Now, if we were to run this again, will it... Okay. So, it's invalid data at the root. So either it's being saved incorrectly, or it is being loaded incorrectly. So I can do XML document.save. .load. And that should do it. Got foo. Nice. So that covers that. So if it couldn't find anything, then it does this. Well, if you're locked down, then it has to let you in. Well, or if you're locked, then you can't access anything past the locked door besides that. Oh, wait. No way. I just realized. What happens if someone goes ahead and they go ahead and move the file, the settings file out. So if I get logged in, but then they do a little Indiana Jones swap them, just quickly swap them back. So now it has the real data, and it thinks it's logged in. Hem. 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 Now, this tells you what your current actual login is. If your password protection level is 0, and it says, oh yeah, he's logged in, if being not logged in was being logged in, now I can stop him. Yes! So logged in here is actually going to become logged in. It's going to be password protection type dot none. Because he is logged in now. He just, if for some reason the passwords he was trying to decrypt decide to come in, he won't get anything. Huh. So from here, we can do this. We can do switch, and we're going to be using settings dot actually, before I go any further, in File Manager, if this fails to load, anything I should be doing with like XML or anything like that has a chance to fail because people are stupid and idiots, and I don't feel like putting in schema because I'm a stupid idiot too. But to put on the little guardrails, I need to go ahead and put a try-catch block around it. So if you were to load an invalid XML, then yeah, this would catch it. This would catch all those little idiots. Oh, I'm gonna put in this XML that I found on the ground. So save XML. I should do the same thing. Try catch. I'm not logging shit. I don't feel like it. I could. Like, do I really want a logger? Do I want to log everything you do? What are you doing on here? No, that's stupid. That's dumb. I don't want to log everything the user does. That's stupid. That's so dude. That's just dumb. Why? You wouldn't do that. That's dumb. No need to log anything. If this was a commercial product, maybe. Well, yeah. If this was a commercial product, then yes. This isn't a commercial product, though. This is something I'm making so I can get a job. Alright, so next up. It is sad having 0 viewers right now. I've had 0 viewers for literally over an hour. Wow. Actually, yeah, it's been over an hour. All right, so save XML, XML document, file type, file name. I mean, technically, I mean, it can throw an XML exception, so yeah. I mean, I guess I could run it in a console. I could write something with a console. This actually is important. If you can't load an XML, yo, 1 viewer, we got up to 1 viewer. Thank you for dropping by, Shells to Shallows. Glad you can make it. Currently, I am making Jam, a job application manager, which is something I want to use to help get a job because currently I'm keeping all my information in a spreadsheet and it's bad. Also, today, no classes, so hooray. So I have time and I don't want to, I want to relax a little bit, and this is a good way for me to do that. So message box dot show. Yeah, I want to tell the user could not save file. Then I'll add in the XML problem. Catch exception x ex dot message. There we go. And also here, while using the XML, well, yeah, if the XML is null, then I don't care. This should never go wrong. I can't think of when it would. The only time it would go wrong is if you tried to save in XML and it couldn't save, but like, it's an XML I literally created right here. I'm not too worried about it. Not worried at all. So I'd say the next thing to do, yeah. So switch settings dot get node. So I should put a try block around this. Try. Wow, what will the next soundtrack that will go on to? What will the next soundtrack that will go on to Nintendo Music? Oh, the app. I was like, oh, the OSTs that I have going on in the background of the stream. No, you're talking about the app. The app. Hmm. I think the app is a good idea. I mean, there's clearly a market for Nintendo Music because they make good music. They do. There's a market for it, so making the app was a good thing. And I do like. I wish there was a free way to view it without having an online membership. but I I am happy that, like, it's better than nothing. I would say the next soundtrack. I mean, obviously they're using it to promote things. Like, it would be dumb to not promote something with the releases. So I would say it would either make, yeah, I would say the best thing would probably be like, I don't know if they've already done Echoes of Wisdom, but that's what immediately jumps out to me, or Mario and Luigi's Brothership. I know they have Pikmin 4 on there. I think they do. I know they have Pikmin 4 on the Alarmo. I don't know if they have it on Nintendo Music. I hope they do. Pikmin 4 soundtrack on the Nintendo Music would go hard. But I would say, yeah, probably either Echoes of Wisdom. Pikmin 4 is fair? Okay. But yeah, I would say either Echoes of Wisdom or Mario and Luigi Brothership would be what really jump out to me. Oh. Oh, because I don't have a catch block here. That's why it's complaining. That's why it's mad at me. Yeah, Xenoblade. But isn't Xenoblade made by, like, Squarespace? I know it's not Squarespace. That's a stupid sponsor that's really dumb and bad. But you know what I mean. Square Enix. That's what I was thinking of. I didn't think they were owned by Nintendo. And, it's one thing to have a license to, like, oh, we're putting your character in our game. Okay, that is a product that has a shelf life that can be expected, and then, yeah. Monolith used to be a part of Square. But yeah, like, if you have that, it's one thing to say, oh, we're going to put your character in our game. It's another thing to say, we are going to have a subscription service that is going to go on for an undefined amount of time that's going to use your thing. That's a much bigger ask, in my opinion. So, I don't know if Monolith is a part of Nintendo. Like, if Nintendo owns Monolith, then yeah, I think it would be a really easy thing to do, and it'd be a really good slam dunk. If Monolith isn't owned by Nintendo and it is a third party, I would say it would be great. Don't get me wrong, because I'm pretty sure Xenoblade's only available on Nintendo consoles. But I mean, like, it would be hard. I mean, then again, if Monolith has only done Xenoblade, I haven't played Xenoblade Chronicles. I'll be honest. But if Monolith has, like, if they're a small company and that's all they've done, don't get me wrong, if they're great games, that's great. But it means that Nintendo would have a lot stronger power over them and be able to say, yeah, we're gonna put your thing on Nintendo Music and you're gonna like it. Dr. Mario is on Nintendo Music? Yeah. So, I mean, Dr. Mario, I mean, it's iconic. Fever is iconic. So I can see them doing that, But are you going to find, like, you're not going to find random old songs. You're going to find the popular old songs. You're going to find, the 1-1s of music. Nintendo loves to remake 1-1. They love all their 1-1s. Do you remember 5-7? You probably don't because that doesn't exist. I made it up. Would not have any objections because Nintendo is the only company that's willing to let them cook. I would disagree. Monolith could say I would say Monolith probably, like, if they can't, like, let's think about this from Monolith's perspective. We have a game with a really good soundtrack, and we want people to play our game. We want people to hear our soundtrack. Realistically, they want they want their soundtrack to be on Nintendo Music. That gives them more power in the future. But they could also be thinking, we could tell Nintendo, this is our music, pay us to put it on your platform, and pay us a lot of money. Oh, it's first party? Okay, throw everything I just said out the window. Yeah, if Nintendo owns them, then yeah. They really can't object. It's not like they would want to object. Again, they don't really want people to not be able to hear their music. But now it's more of a yeah, we're owned by them. When they say put the music on the thing, we're going to put the music on the thing. It's what we do. Yeah. So we want to get settings dot get child nodes. I guess it would be document node. That's going to be root dot child nodes. And the name of this is going to be password protection type. Password protection type. No, it's going to be XML node. XML node type dot password protection type. What? Dot root? No. Okay. XML node type is not the right thing, I guess, but that doesn't make sense because it's right here. XML node type. Ah, wrong XML node type, yeah. Dot password protection type. Dot toString. And we are going to cast this as a, because this is going to be password protection type. Wait, no, that's right. What does it want in here? Is it just accepting ints? Or is, like, if you could put a string into it, because they have names. No. XML node list containing a list of all descendant elements that match the specified XML name. Would this work? So this would be a case of, what would be here? What would be here? password protection type. But it's gonna be a string. No, I can convert it to string. Case. We need to say toString. This is actually still wrong. We need the inner text of this. Oh, no. We need element 0 of this dot inner text. Note that I'm putting this all in a try block, just in case, you know, just in case it's wrong. I do not expect this to work the first time. None of non-existent. What? Do I have to put it in here? Huh? Oh no. Oh no. So the issue is that this is a method. You can only have raw data in here in a switch statement. Wait, no, we can still do this. We just have to parse this now. Alright, so how do we convert? How to convert string to enum. So parse, we need a type, enum type. Then we need a string. So it doesn't like that. not a fan of that either. Oh, I think it's because I need to do type of, and I need to put parentheses around it. Yep. Oh my gosh. All right, let's see. How badly does this break? I am guessing this will absolutely die. This code looks absolutely horrid. Yeah. Oh, because it's not decrypted. We have to decrypt it too. Oh God. I mean, I'm honestly happy it worked. What we need to do is encryption manager dot encryption flip. The text and we have to go through all 32 of them. So I is 26. There's 32, so it's almost done. So the decrypted code key is this string. Wait. Why is it so long? Wait, what? It's four, like, these aren't real characters. But, like, that's over twice as long. We're in. It works. This block of code. This is one statement. Human readability be damned. My code slaps. All right, cool. All right. So if we have none, then it's going to say logged in equals none. Anything else it needs to do? Not really, no. Next up, password protection type dot limited. Well, if we're limited, I think we should offer it. Should we should we start with it open? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. You have none protection at first. Which means you can create, you can view, but if you try to view passwords, you can't. Now, if we have the password protection type of closed or full, that means you have to log in. You have to log in before anything happens. So we do need to actually make some code here. We're just going to put in break here. I'd have to encrypt that. Actually, I have a really easy way of doing this. We're just gonna go ahead and delete settings, and then in home, I'm gonna go ahead and take over this. If settings is null, logged in, create element, root. So what we need to do is we need to go to the inner text, and we're going to change this from none to limited. So now we have a limited account. Why did I do that? I needed to do a full account. Damn it, I'm dumb. So now I have great RM5 question mark as my access level. So now we have full, so that does a close. So that actually throws an error, so it's not the correct way of us doing it. Correct way to kill a WinForms application before it opens. Because the issue is that we're closing it. We're calling close before we open the thing. Let me just run it without the thing. I mean, we could do it on load as well. That'd probably be easier. Yeah, we're just gonna do it on load. I don't care. It's easier. Wait, what? Yeah. All right. It should be putting a load here. Yeah, it's not happy because there should be a public home underscore load. All right, let's go into Designer. So we have load. Oh, I don't have Streamlabs open. Okay. No overhead, no overload. So what's the event handler? I'd love to know what the event handler is. It'd be great if you tell me what the event handler was. I'd love to know. Okay, let's see. WinForms load event. Home load object sender, and then system event args. Yep, now it's happy. Alright, cool. What this means is that this will come up first, and then it'll actually run it. So right now it's closing because I have that all. So if we did a message box right here, it would open. So here it'll open and it'll say the message box foo. No. Oh. I guess, oh yeah, I guess that makes sense. So load is happening and then show is happening. So this is happening before load. So then it closes itself. But because it's loaded, it actually is okay. So we need a password entry window. We'll make that pretty simply. Then we need to add a form, Windows form. And we'll call this enter password. Password man. No, this isn't the manager. I'll just call it enter password. Now let's go ahead and open this with Form Designer. Yeah, main display is set to 150%. I know, shut the hell up! Alright, so what we need is I think we get rid of the name. We don't need a text. We don't really need the icon either. Oh, this should be called login or something. Why did I call it enter password? I'll rename it. I think login is actually one word. I've spelled it different ways in the past. Yeah, one word. So login, that's correct. Yeah, okay. So that fixed it everywhere. That's good. Alright, so now we can go ahead. We don't want the icon. We have to have a icon there though. So we're going to go ahead and remove it. Set it show icon to false. No need to have a full screen or a minimize window. This is the only thing that matters. When you have this open, You're logging in or you're not logging in. So I can turn off the minimize and maximize window. All right, and then in the toolbox, we need to have two things. Or we need the table layout panel. Dock, fill. All right. Now we're gonna have 3 buttons. We're gonna have, I'd say, 4 sections of this. So we need 2 extra columns, or 1 extra column. The reason we need an extra column is so that way we can have like a space for the login. So first column, we need like, I don't know, 100 pixels. The issue is extending it will actually move that if we do that. I think that'll actually work. What if we have these both as auto size? What? I've never used auto size before, so a little new to it. You know, I'm just gonna do it as a percent. I don't care. So that's 2. This is 3. This is 5. There we go. Good enough. And then what we're gonna need is a button. We're gonna need a second button. We're gonna need a label. And actually, you know what? I am going to turn back on text for this. I'm going to say log in. And then the last thing we need is a input field. What was it called? It has a stupid name. It's not input field. You know, it's text box. We also want this to be a fixed dialog. Let's go ahead and dock this. Column span is going to be 2. Button 1, this is going to have a dock of this as well. And a column span of 2 as well. And then button 2 is also going to have a column span, or no, he's column span of 1. Alright, cool. So it's being stupid right now. If I go back here, it's going to have in the, I'm assuming there's going to be, yeah, it has a click event. If I were to save, it would be really upset with me because it's stupid. It's weird that it's not appearing right now. Normally, if you double click something, it should go ahead and create a method, like at least a method header in the actual script. So the fact that it's not doing that is very concerning. It's very annoying, I should say. Password. The rows are good. Columns are. Let's make them some nice numbers. That's pretty good. All right, button is going to be log in. Cancel. Let's go ahead and actually name everything correctly. Doesn't give me main layout. There we go. This is going to be, actually let's reorganize this first and foremost. It's going to be password, label, it's going to be password text box. I don't know what a text box is. It's a text box. Login button. Cancel button. These should be camel case. All right. So thankfully the code here is really simple. We do need to have an on close. First of all, if I go ahead and go over here and go to on close, where's the on close? Where is on close? I know there's an on close method. You can't lie to me and say there's not an on close method. There's like 4 of them, in fact. Form close, form closing. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, it didn't recreate it. It didn't add it. I'm gonna go ahead and restart Visual Studio. I don't want to go through with adding all these stupid events if I can't double click on them. That's so annoying. All right, all of this is saved. I'm going to close. I'm going to go ahead and hide my screen really quickly. It's loading the designer. Hey, we got it. That's what we like to see. We actually don't need a load thing, though. Not yet, at least. Yeah, I know. You want to be annoying. Oh, wait, I could have just... Okay, I'm dumb. Because the answer is literally just... No, we click there, we go ahead and go to load. And delete it. And it should delete it here as well. It does. That's cool. So now if we go to close, form closing. We're going to have public, bool, equals false. All right. So now when we close, do we actually need anything when we close? Not really, no. If I'm going to do it this way, then I don't. What we need instead is to know when you click on login. Oh, should I have a thing that says, oh, you have the wrong password? Nah. We didn't get rid of on closing this time. I mean, it's safe to do so, but weird. Oh, I guess it's because I tried to edit it, maybe? I don't know. The login button, if I log in, then I'm going to go ahead and check what's in the box. So we're textbox.text. I'll make a message box that does it. I guess there is something I should put in here, but I can do that during the before initializing it. That being, I need to get the actual password. Equals. All right. Wait, what am I doing? Wait, why do I have it? What am I doing? String real password equals nothing. Equals real password. Then we need to do something. Oh yeah, we need to say logged in equals true. You know what the funny part is? If you have the source code, you could technically just change this. You could run it in debug mode and just run it. Bypass all the security and just say logged in. Oh yeah, logged in equals true. Well, that's a security hole. If someone were to run this with this source code, maybe I shouldn't release the source code just to prevent people from running in debug. Like, I'm gonna release the source code. I don't care. And the reason I'm gonna do that is because this isn't holding like your banking information. Please don't put your banking information in my software. Please don't. So it should be fine. Like, oh wow, okay, you got the debug version mode running. Actually, no. No. Well, no. It wouldn't work. Oh my God. My idea is so big brain it actually wrapped back around. It was big brain. It was it's so over to we're so back to it's so over, but we're on the it's so back right now. It is so back. Even if they were to run it in a debug mode, unless they're running it on your machine, they're not gonna have the right code key. If they don't have the right code key, they can't like yeah, they can be logged in, but everything else, like they'll have username and passwords, but they won't have any of the actual information. Like the only thing they would be able to get, I guess, in that case, we run it against the code key too. Oh my gosh. It gets double encrypted once by the code key, but is unique to your machine, and encoded once by your password. Oh my god. So then when you try to run it, the scammer has a debug version up, and he goes ahead and tries to run it, even with the right password. He can't do anything because it's all encrypted by the code key, and he's on his own computer, which has a different environment name. Oh my god. I didn't take any cybersecurity classes while I was here. While I was here at college. I think I could do it. I think I could. I am the locksmith who welds all the locks shut. Good luck with that, morons. Oh my gosh. Oh. I don't think either of you guys were here while I was ranting about the encryption. So the way the encryption works is really cool. It's a very simple cipher. It's a really easy cipher, but you have 4 parts to it. So right here, you have what the hackers want. These are your emails and passwords, probably. Now, if you're in closed mode, what you have is you have a jam password, which is stored on your machine. This is in a file, and this is the key that encrypts your password. Okay. I guess I also need to draw a line from here to here. So, and then we have this code key. So, there's a code that's like 32 characters long, and this code key is what's used. So, it doesn't just save your password on your machine in clear text. That would be stupid. Instead, it saves it. It encrypts it using a code key, which is inside of the code. It's hard coded in. But the hacker could go ahead and hack in. He could run his own instance and say, okay, let's say he figures out what the code key is. Okay, well that code key is also encrypted. What's on the system is just the encrypted code key, which is then decrypted. Wait, where's my mouse? Where's my mouse? I saw it for a second. Oh, there we go. So the environment machine name, the actual name of your computer, is then used to encrypt the code key. So everyone's code key is unique. And then that code key is used to encrypt the jam password, and then that jam password is used. Like, it's so much. Like, all the encryption is very simple, but good luck! And it's like a maze with 1,000 doors, and at the end you get a hot dog. That's it. No treasure. That's it. Just a hot dog. That's it. That's all you get. They're not even good passwords. They're not even good. These are the passwords for, like, oh, I want to go work at Microsoft. Okay. I need to sign up for their careers website. Okay, here's my thing. It's not even good passwords. Good luck. Oh my gosh. This might be one of the most secure applications. This is the most secure application I made, probably. Just because I'm going to put this into the real world. Which, I mean, granted, the stuff that I've worked on is also, but like I wasn't the only one working on encryption with like my commercial software that I've done for actual contracting. I've taught myself encryption. I kind of want to ask someone, an actual cybersecurity expert, how good this encryption is. Like, I think it's pretty good. If I were a hacker and I saw it, what if someone hacks into another one's computer or to hack their jam? Okay, so a hacker hacks in. Let's say you got Granny. Granny says, "Oh, hello there. You want me to send $10,000 to you over in India? Okay, I'll do that. However, it's not even a money. This isn't money. This is a worthless password. But let's say, we have the hacker who really wants to know your Microsoft careers password. I mean, granted, they could want it just because they want passwords. If they have your password, they could say like, "Oh, this person's password is password. Other people's his other passwords might also be password." Plenty of people use the same password for everything, which is one reason I'm being so careful with this. So let's say they hack in. They want your password. What do? Well, they have one option. Now, if they've hacked into your computer, they're using AnyDesk or something. So they have this, which means they automatically get this. At this point, if you're in closed edition where you can only access any part of it, you can't access the software without logging in, they would need your jam password. They would need this, which is only in your brain. Well, technically, it's also in the file. There is a file with the jam password, so they would have to get you on your computer to go grab this. But even with this is encrypted by this. So then they would have to decrypt it with the code key that they would have to know, or they would have to decrypt it with your code key. It's a lot of work. Good luck. I really don't think you're gonna. And remember, like, it would be really hard to hack into this. In order to hack into this, you would have to know my software on how it gets encrypted, first and foremost. So I'm really not that worried. But yeah, oh my gosh. I'm glad I did the encryption idea first and walked it out. So you log in. If the text box is equal to real password. Now, remember, if the scammer's on a debug machine, he's on his own machine running the debug version of this. Even if he went ahead and had all of your files, his code key would be different. So when he decrypts, he's able to decrypt the password correct, but he can't decrypt the actual file. But then again, if he has all your files and he has he has all of your files, he would also need your environment machine name. But if he has all your files, he probably has your environment machine name, probably just from, the scan that he did of your machine. So, theoretically, yeah. I'm going to be honest. This is pretty secure. I think I need to leave it there. Otherwise, I'll just keep on talking in circles. Else. Message box. .show. Password was incorrect. And we can hit close. So here we need to go ahead and actually get your password. And the way we would do this is by decrypting it. That we need home. If your settings file is nothing when you try to log in, that should never happen. Unless you deleted your settings file. If you delete your settings file, something sus is going on. In this case, I'm actually going to put it all in load, actually, because I'm going to close out if you try to... If you don't have any settings, something's wrong, just close. I'm not going to, create the settings file again. This really actually matters more for limited than for closed or for full protection. Well, Oh wait, no, I got a little confused. I need to go here, log in or load. Settings. If settings equals null, that's not equals null. I'd like it to be equal null. I just realized at the beginning you should probably, if you're limited, you should not be set as none, because if you're set as none, you should be able to add, protection. But if you're limited, you should have to log in order to do that. I think once you log in as limited, you should become full. That probably makes more sense. Saying files missing, cannot log in. Theoretically, is too much of a possibility. Okay. I mean, like I said, if someone were to get in, they're not going to get like banking passwords. They're going to get the random throwaway passwords that you use for career websites. Oh, yeah, I didn't actually implement it. That'll do it. I did make password. Private string real password. Logged in. Equals full. Else. So yeah, here we have the password. It came up. So if we say foo, password was incorrect. And if we clear it, password was incorrect. And closing it does not bring up the original because it kills itself. So login button I clicked, logged in is true, close. Password.text equals real password. What is the real password? Because, like, the password shouldn't be anything. I didn't put in a password. So what is the password? What does it think the password is? So what is a real password? Oh my god. I never updated it. It's full. It's the, oh my gosh. Well, I'm dumb. Yeah, no way, no way. It's no, I wonder why it's not working. Real password is XML node type password. Settings, document element. All right, now if we log in, yeah. Cool, logging in works. And if we type in something that's incorrect, password was incorrect, cancel. Cancel button does not work. It is because I am dumb and I forgot to hook it up. Well, I didn't forget, I just haven't done it yet. All right, on click. Getting real technical here. Such an advanced button. Oh no, he clicked the cancel button. Yeah, pretty cool. So now we have the very basics of an application. I'm actually pretty happy with it. So happy, I think I'm actually going to go eat dinner and... Yeah, I'm going to go eat some dinner. I don't know if I'll stream more tonight. I might wait until tomorrow to continue streaming. But yeah, if I see you guys tonight, see you then.